just 12 cumulative games dropped by Hannah Klugman, the player from Surrey, across her 3 matches. Most recently, the semi-finals yesterday, a 6-2, 6-1 defeat of Hepzibah Alowaderi, who had taken out last year's champion, Isabel Lacey, who came from a set and a breakdown to get the better of Klugman herself. Has to be said, this was the strongest 18s girls singles draw at the national championships in recent memory. There are so many promising young players in the UK right now. Plenty of inspiration to look up to. Klugman has been vocal in what Emma Raducanu's run to the US Open trophy did for her self-confidence and belief. And Mimi Zhu has shown a lot of self-confidence and belief throughout this week so far, particularly yesterday against Mika Stojsavljevic, the number 3 seed. She was down an early break, and yet the final scoreline looks straightforward, 6-3, 6-1. It does hide some twists and turns. There were some lengthy games. Zhu kept her cool and used her forehand to navigate her way through and into a final showdown with Klugman. Beat her a couple of times in the latter half of last season and has never lost to her yet. Is this the day that changes? We'll be finding out over the course of the next couple of hours. It's Hannah Klugman up against Mimi Zhu for the 18 and unders Junior National Championship singles title. And once this competition culminates, it'll be Oliver Bonding, the top seed, taking on number 4 seeded Charlie Robertson for that honor in the boys singles draw. An early sign of things to come. She really looks to be aggressive off that forehand side, Zhu. Was very smart with her service placement and that forehand yesterday to get the better of Stojsavljevic. Based here at the LTA's National Tennis Centre, Zhu, as of September last year, end of the school year. She was previously at the Loughborough National Academy for several years from Wales, so she's a fair distance from home now. Her mum, Wendy, is courtside somewhere. She's been around all week. She made the move with Mimi as they headed to the National Tennis Centre, knowing that she would have the LTA support under the Pro Scholarship Program. Klugman has the same, so also familiar with surroundings here. Just felt like a low first serve percentage at the back end of this game was going to apply some pressure to Zhu. Klugman's foundational strengths as a player are in her movement and her defensive skills, but she's become a lot more aggressive over the last year or so. It was a nice idea, but the drop shot not quite acute enough from Zhu. And it is the top seeds who strikes first. Early break for Hannah Klugman, who has always been a local girl. She's from Wimbledon. Makes tennis look like destiny. And really announced herself with a splash a couple of years ago. So recent still. Won her first ever ITF Junior tournament. Went back-to-back for good measure in Loughborough. And from then on, she has been picking up significant accolades every season. She's already tested herself out at the pro level. Last year at the W100 Shrewsbury, became the youngest player since Coco Gauff to reach the quarters of a W100 event. It was steadily worked by Zhu. Both players missing approach forehands into the opponent's forehand. And that's a much improved wing for Klugman over the last year. Has worked hard alongside her coach Ben Harron, fitness trainer Laura Daegman, they're courtside. And the pressure's still there, even though she's missed a couple of forehands back-to-back. She's shown a willingness to go for her shots that is asking Klugman to do more with the second serve, and she's having to serve too many of those at the moment. Oh! And that is just the sign of maybe a few early nerves, but definitely the pressure that Zhu has created by attacking early. hasn't landed every strike, but has made her intentions known. Both players on the board at the beginning of this one. And Klugman going into the body a lot off the ground early on. Just trying to make it awkward for Zhu to get the ball in her strike zone. You can barely see the stands behind the umpire's chair, but I can confirm that they are filled up. People know this is a big match. It's a strong clutch serve where it was needed. It's something that really helped to disguise the battle Zhu engaged in yesterday. It looks like a straightforward scoreline, 3-1 against Stojsavljevic. And she has options. She just has to be careful that she doesn't try to be a bit too clever, and it's tempting, knowing the wheels that Klugman has on her, how easily she navigates the court. But dictation like that, and done with that control and conviction, has kept her level thus far. I think it felt good to Klugman. Maybe caught out slightly by how the ball dropped. Managed herself impeccably at the back of the court. Her footwork is pretty flawless. Has to be able to finish these points though, not always rely on drawing the error. And that's a sweet combination and an impressive hold of serve. The first of the match from Mimi Zhu, the number 2 seed. Takes her to the 2-1 lead. A great composure. That with the options in her game really marked Zhu out in her early years. I always remember when I first encountered her at 14 and unders tournament in Bolton in January of 2020, I believe. It has an honor roll to even rival the Junior National Championships, which have some legendary British names on them, but an international event in Bolton with former champions and finalists such as Justine Henin, Kim Kleisters, Caroline Wozniacki, Coco Gauff. Zhu and Hepzibah Olowaderi formed the first ever all-British final. Olowaderi had the groundwork. She had a great forehand to rival Zhu's. But Mimi Zhu had the head game. She would quietly coach herself at the back of the court. She would stay in the moment. At that age, that's very rare. It's been really interesting actually the last couple of days because these two both have very sound heads on their shoulders. Yeah, there's been a little bit of agitation out on court. Huge prizes on the line this week. Not just the wildcard into Wimbledon qualifying, a main draw wildcard for the W100 event in Ilkley prior to the championships. And as much as these two have already had some great runs at pro level, it's always tough going up against your contemporaries, players that know you well. Bit more pressure here. Look at that return position from Zhu. That asked for the double fault. She was a couple of strides inside the baseline. Using the scoreboard, using her presence on the court to put Klugman at the bottom of a ditch here. And just able to wear Zhu out on that occasion, Klugman. The goal seems to be to get her jammed rather than stretch her out. It's done enough damage so far, but she's still down break point. Now she can breathe a sigh of relief, Klugman. Those were two very tentative second serves. Tells you about the enormity of the situation. They barely crept into the service box. And even for two such accomplished players for their age, both ranked either inside or on the edge of the world's top 10, it's a lot to shoulder today. Oh, she's landed it. Stunning stuff from Mimi Zhu. Leads by a break for the first time in this match. Has never lost to Klugman, and you've got to think for a player as talented as Hannah Klugman is, that win has to come sometime. But it does feel like the number 2 seed has a mental leg up here. It is, however, still very early days, and this is exactly where Klugman could find a way. History suggests she's very close. Made the final of the 16s event the year before she won that. Made the final of the 18s last year. She's been building towards this. Adequate depth on that occasion. It's got to be so sustained from Klugman if she's going to continue to target that central baseline. Quick to stretch into the forehand this time around. Not the greatest return, but so ready behind it, Klugman, willing to work with what she's got. Immediate threat of breaking back. And that'll do. Last year's junior Wimbledon finalist back on serve. would have learned a little about drawing volley errors along that run with Isabel Lacey. The two of them unexpected finalists by seeding at the Junior Championships. But what a pairing that was after they faced off in the 18 and under singles final here last season. Topsy-turvy affair. Klugman led by a set. Outdoors. Bit more blustery that day. It's very still today. The wind does play into Klugman's favor with the ease of her movement, the heaviness of her forehand, the way she can shape the ball. But once they moved indoors, the match completely changed. Lacey took it by the scruff of the neck. Opportunity for Klugman to rewrite the script today and join a prestigious honor roll here at the Junior National Championships. Casey O'Brien, a former winner in this category. She's been courtside for Mimi Zhu, along with Eleanor Lightbody, and Nigel Sears has been around and on court with her at times over the past few weeks. She's had significant troubles with her first serve early on, Klugman, and her reaction to that opening double fault suggests it might be coming a bit mental. It's definitely pressurized by Zhu's big strike early on. Now it might just be in her head. She's collapsing onto that. Very rare to see that from Klugman. And we're not just talking about the double fault, but also the reaction. Well, the wind has picked up significantly over the last couple of minutes, and as much as it can play into Klugman's hands in extended rallies, no one wants to deal with that when they're serving. The timing, everything is put to the test, and that service game disappeared all too quickly for the top seed. Zhu once again with the advantage. It's good refocus from Klugman. She's spoken before about dealing with losses and says you can't dwell on the loss because then you're not ready for the next match. It's the same within a match. You can't dwell on the previous game when you're not ready for the next one. And she's already broken in this set. Knows what has been done before is possible again, but she's just fractionally missing forehands. See if that impacts her willingness to go for them. Flattened that out nicely. And a good positive response this time around. She is pushing the top seed with a break back point. And there it is. Once again back on serve in this match. And Klugman hoping to hold after this sit down for the first time. Now still to come today, the battle for the boys singles title here at the 18 and unders event at the Lexus Junior National Championships. Oliver Bonding was a runner-up in the 16s and 18s last season. 16 years old now, the top seed, hoping that this is his year as he takes on Scotland's Charlie Robertson, seeded number 4. The LTA's National Tennis Centre, always a host to the 16s and 18s events at the National Championships. Very familiar territory now for Klugman and Zhu, although Klugman does split her time between the NTC and Reeds. Now that's big. I think the first time in this match that Klugman has won her first point on serve, so that gives her a mental leg up. Small margins, big difference. Certainly the first time in this set that Klugman's had a bit of a cushion beneath her on serve. It could make all the difference at the business end of this one. Yep, that was big for Hannah Klugman. Getting a bit out of Schu's backhand, serving into it. First hold of the match at this stage of the set is gonna feel very good. Positivity to take into the back end of the opener. Schu has to come up with the goods now. Again, very smart with the spot switching, with the way she's delivering these serves. Schu taking her time between them, as she should, just using what's available to her. Tough. It was a great setup forehand. The angle cross court as she was backing off. Almost got away with a fairly neutral forehand approach off the back of that. Just because of the difficulties it plunged Klugman into. Those overheads are not going to be easy in the wind. Huge difference between when Schu has implemented the backhand slice of her own accord and had success with it, and when she's been forced into it. Now that's great control from an aggressive position. And that's a great move on the scoreboard by the number 2 seed. Mimi Schu just one game away from taking the opening set of this 18th Nationals final. And trophy that she's claimed before at the age of just 14 a couple of years ago. Got the better of Talia Nielsen-Gatenby on that occasion. Good to see Talia back on court this year after some lengthy injury trouble. She's barely out of the juniors herself, as is the case for Rana Stoiber and Ella McDonald, who's another player on the Pro Scholarship program. It really is a strong group of young British girls who are going to be making moves over the next few years. Really exciting times. A lot of strength in depth in British tennis right now. Don't know whether the serve is in her head or her opponent, maybe a combination of the two. Yeah, just the narrowest of margins. And as far as Klugman is concerned, make the biggest of differences. With her serving troubles, serving to stay in this set, 30-15 looks very different to 15-30. And I think Mimi Zhu knows it as well, just asks the question of Luke Smith in the chair regarding that near sideline. Yes, indeed. Positive play from Hannah Klugman. Making the most of those slim margins in the middle of that game. And as anticipated, there is going to be very little in this opener. As close a set as either player has contested this week. Mimi Zhu 7-5 in the first set over Hannah Reid, the number 7 seed in the quarterfinals. Then won the second set 6-love. You suspect neither of these two would fall away in set number 2, but time will tell. That's a great pickup, but great reaction really from Zhu. Stretched Klugman out and just kept her racket face open. Great movement around the return, took that backhand on the rise. Snatched time away from Klugman as a result. It's defense of the highest quality. She was off balance on all three of those forehands, Klugman. And still got a lot of wrist work on the ball to caress it into play. Really good. Once again, a clutch finish from Mimi Zhu, and once again, it takes her a game away from the first set. Klugman will campaign for a tiebreak. I've spoken about that dominant head-to-head for Zhu against the top seed today and beat her twice at Nationals in 2022. They faced off a couple of times at the end of last year. Zhu getting the better of Klugman in the junior final in Canada ahead of Klugman's run to the quarterfinals of the US Open. And then at the W60 Glasgow, I feel like that went under the radar a little bit because of Klugman making the quarters of the W100 Shrewsbury as a qualifier. Great win there, high quality win over Lily Miyazaki, who barely lost out to Oceane Dordain, who's now a solid top 100 player. Right in the aftermath of that, the very next week, Mimi Zhu as a qualifier beat Klugman in the quarters of the W60 Glasgow, barely below Shrewsbury in terms of level of event, only lost out to eventual champion Mona Bartel. Does that head-to-head record bring pressure or confidence? So far it's looked like confidence for the number 2 seed. 3 points, 3 successful strikes into the backhand. And the platform is in place. Klugman on the brink of the tiebreak. And a tiebreak it will be. It's really deserved it, this match so far. A wrestling match on court 3. There have been breaks of serve, but the serves have now stepped up. It's going to make this tiebreak really interesting. Zhu to kick things off. And as much as these two are quality battlers, you would have to give a huge advantage to whoever wins this lengthy opening set in terms of the rest of the match. Just offers a bit of breathing room as well, a bit of time if there is to be a dip in level. That's well done. She orchestrated that rally, Klugman. A lot of different looks at the ball for her opponent. Didn't let her settle into any kind of rhythm. Strong start she was hoping for. Fortunes changed on serve for Klugman when she started getting the early leg up in her service games. And look at the scoreboard here in this tiebreak. Perfect start. And that might be just about her first success in the forecourt in this match. This has happened a little too quickly for the number 2 seed's liking. She would do well to use her time on serve here. Needed that. It's good to hear the positive reaction. We've heard that many times from Zhu when she's come through with a big hold. She's not the loudest player on court, but it shows Klugman that she's here to fight. She's found her play with the serve though, Klugman. First and foremost has found that first delivery, but getting a lot cheap out of the Zhu backhand now just with that first delivery. Really stretched her out there and looks in a very strong position now. still there, that pesky double fault. It's still lingering, but she might just have afforded herself the space for it, Klugman. Mimi Zhu will have a big say on that with these next 2 service points. Pressure still on the shoulders of the number 2 seed. Too good. A rocket of a forehand. And it had to be really to penetrate Klugman's defenses. Scrambling to survive that exchange. Would love the insurance mini break here, or things could get very tricky very quickly. And there it is, smart direction of shot on the backhand. Line was open, cross court was sweet. And that is triple set point for the top seed. Oh, how's the angle? Not a done deal. The serve has got to do a lot of work here for Klugman. It's been her best point finisher when she's found the first delivery. Is this the day? Massive moment in this match as Hannah Klugman, who did trail by a 2-game deficit at one stage, snatches the opening set. 7-6 to the top seed, who is hunting down her first ever victory over longtime opponent Mimi Zhu. Zhu, the winner of their 16 and under final showdown in 2022. Klugman hoping to rewrite the script today, and after that hour-long opening set, she's going to have high hopes of writing a different story on this Friday in Robertson. Well, first serves and fast starts made the difference for Klugman in terms of games in the tiebreak. The set overall, aside from that opening break, it was slower off the mark from the top seed. The double faults really getting down on her. She can turn that on its head in her own head if she shifts that mindset. Some of those stats not where she wanted them to be in that opening set, and yet she's won it anyway. And she's got to take confidence from that she was able to weather the storm. Zhu has the sharper forehand, the point finisher on that wing. And Klugman was just about able to stop her finishing enough points to put her in the danger zone and take a huge step towards the title. Zhu taking her lead of the court, so we'll just await her return. Klugman with a strong opening set advantage. A reminder of what's at stake here in this final. Not just either of these two names going on the honour roll, which is full of British names who have gone on to make their mark in the sport, but a wild card for qualifying, women's singles qualifying at the championships this summer. That takes place just behind these courts, on the grass courts that are already getting prepared. I can see them from where I'm sat in the commentary booth, actually, in the very early stages. Other grass court opportunities, a wild card for the main draw of the ITFW 100 in Ilkley. That's just the week prior to qualifying. In the past, the winner of that event has earned themselves a late opportunity, a late wild card into the Wimbledon main draw itself. Also a main draw wild card for an ITFW 35 event in April or May this season. We've got tournaments coming up in Nottingham over the next couple of weeks. That's where Klugman first got a pro outing only a year ago in Nottingham. Made the quarterfinals at her first ever pro event, so she has been very quick off the mark with the steps she's taken so far. Klugman will be hoping for a quick start to this second set, as number 2 seed Mimi Zhu does make her way back onto court. We're ready to go again in the 18 and under Junior National Championships final for 2024. Zhu, the 2022 champion, up against Klugman, this year's top seed. And after the culmination of this encounter, Oliver Bonding, top seed in the boys singles draw, to take on number 4 seeded Charlie Robertson. Here we go. Oh, wow. Flashed across Klugman's face. She would do well not to overthink this, Zhu. Whether a second serves, there will still be significant chances, and for the majority of that opening set, as the scoreline reflects, she was going toe-to-toe with Klugman, often landing the final blow. Statements being well and truly made. Whatever she said to herself in the bathroom definitely looks like the right words so far. Zhu with triple break point. And that forehand is pure fire. Mimi Zhu starts the second set with a bang. Impeccable response from the number 2 seed. This match is far from done and dusted. Gonna test Klugman's fighting capabilities once again. The sun out here at the NTC. Both players getting used to playing outdoors again here at the beginning of April. Even at the NTC, being familiar with these facilities, they've been hitting a lot indoors recently. Well, her immediate break-back success rate in the previous set was pretty high for Klugman. So that'll keep her calm here. 2 out of 3 times she got right back on serve.
Are you here alone?
She has helped to put herself in a hole here. She is efficient with that drop shot. Not sure it is the play in this particular match though. Just with her execution on it so far today, has not gone her way just yet. It's about when you try it as well. Love 15. Not ideal. It's quickly become love 40. Asked for the extra ball, got her answer. Huge comeback from the number 2 seed. And continued willingness to go for her shots when she has the opportunity. Decent control. The wind did get blustery once again during that point. You'll have seen with how Zhu hesitated prior to serving. Well, it's a strong effort from Zhu to come through that game from love 40. Yeah, it's a forehand on the run that Klugman would expect herself to make, but with that reaction, I wonder if she's just thinking about her position in the game as a whole. She would have backed herself to take one of those 3 straight break points. Staring down the early deficit now in this second set. It's understandable frustration from Klugman's end of the court, but Zhu will have fed off it for sure. Able to use those shorter angles to really get Klugman on the stretch, make her do more work. And when that's immediate, it's tough. Number 2 seeds staying power coming into full effect. That'll do nicely. First serve much improved over the last year, Klugman, as she's grown into her body. Some more aspects of her game she's really worked on. And it's interesting there, she's just telling herself to move her feet. The movement factor is where Klugman would take the upper hand in this matchup. And against every player in the draw at the beginning of this week, really, she is just so nimble around the court. Yes! 2 aces in the last 3 points. Is it a turning point? testing the limits of those defensive capabilities. Now chances have come and gone. This feels like a really important game for Zhu. If she sneaks through with the break, she could take this right here. If Klugman is to slide through, it could rewrite the script of this set. Ah, genius. Game changer of a service hold for Hannah Klugman. Still down a break, but it keeps her in hot contention in this second set, having already won the first. Game on. As much as she's already started to make a move in the pro game, Klugman, one of her most significant achievements came at the end of last year when she became the first ever British winner of the 18 and unders girls Orange Bowl title, one of the most significant trophies in international junior tennis. That not long after her run in Shrewsbury, so she was very much in the headlines and has been for some time. She has been recognized globally as one of the rising stars of the game, Klugman. It's a little flabbergasting how someone who is so vocally ambitious as Klugman is, and so obviously talented, can have their feet so firmly on the ground. And I think you've got to give some credit to the stability around her in terms of her family, her mum, her older sisters, but also a solid team that she's had around her in Ben Harron and Laura Degman, who've been working with her for some time. There's not been a lot of shifting in that team over the years. Should be given to Alison Taylor, coach of Hannah Klugman from a young age. Really got her started in the sport. Ben and Laura, though, very consistent presences over the last few years. They're here with her today, hoping for a first ever win over Mimi Zhu. Seed is hoping to keep them waiting for it. Such confidence in her own serving abilities, where Klugman has been tested with doubts so far today. a gift, it might just create an opportunity. Has it lingered in her head? And the previous hold of serve looks even more significant for Klugman now. Break back point to get right back on serve, having been on the brink of the double break deficit. And there it is, 3 straight missed forehands. Klugman trusting her game a little more and almost just giving Zhu junk balls, asking her to generate, seeing where her confidence is at. Just teasing out some vulnerability. On we go. Already that's a strong sign for Zhu, that in the wake of the way the previous game ended, she's still backing herself. It was immediacy up the court. Her moves up the court are very assured, Zhu. Several times throughout this match, she's having to play 3, 4, 5 shots on top of the court. Careful, controlled aggression. Backhand just sitting up on this occasion, asking Klugman to take it on. And that's at a big point, 30 all. Annihilation. Message sent. Feels like a hugely important game for the number 2 seed now, with the switch in momentum. Games won against her. There it is. The break and serve. Hannah Klugman was furious when she let 3 straight break points go begging. She almost won 3 games in a row off the back of that, but Zhu stayed calm. Almost as big a weapon as her serve and forehand, that ability to keep her head and keep committing to her game plan. Break back in hand in the second set for the second seed. First point of each game just feels huge right now, particularly for the receiver, particularly when the rally is as lengthy as that one. Another reminder for Klugman that she's fought back before and that she can do so again. She does have the safety net of the first set under her belt. Once again, just taking some length off that ball to put Klugman at her perimeters. Stretching her to the forehand, that's where the errors are going to come. 3 points on the bounce. She has put her foot down. That is a really impressive response from Zhu to the lengthy opening point that fell against her. Thinking her way through the contest. And now asking Klugman to do the same. It's fairly ominous. She's got no option but to take the game on in the face of that, Klugman. And she tried to. With the volley there, it needed to be punchier. The forehand setup had done the hard work. The backhand set for the taking. Sinking sands now. A double break would look like all it takes for the number 2 seed. Body ground stroke. It did so much hard work for her in the first set. It's just thrown in a little more sporadically now. And not for the first time in this set. A love 40 hole navigated. In fact, all 3 times the player has trailed love 40 in this second set. They've taken it back to deuce. Out of 3 holds from love 40 for players in this second set. 2 of those holds by Hannah Klugman. She is balancing dangerously out here, but she is staying in touch. And the straight sets triumph is still a possibility. A lot riding on the mini jeu racket right now. Bonding and Charlie Robertson still waiting in the wings, the 2 of them to face off for the boys singles title here at the 18 and under Junior National Championship, sponsored by Lexus. Age categories 16s and 18s, always contested right here at the LTA's National Tennis Centre, outdoors when possible, indoors when forced. The others, the lower age categories, to take place in Nottingham later this season. a huge game, this one. Previous set went to 4-all. Zhu having had the advantage. Klugman came out on top. And as well as she's navigated some of these moments mentally out here, Zhu will not be immune to the occasion. There is a lot on the line. Didn't have her chances at the national championships last season, was injured at the beginning of the year, missed several months of competition, both nationally and internationally as a result. She's done well in the wake of that. Current world number 11 to Klugman's current world number 6, both of those career high rankings. And she's making up for lost time. Use of the inside in forehand. A lengthy build up to that point. Still stamped her authority on it. Tight moments continue. Interesting moment there. There was some conversation over which ball was called or who called it. She may be feeling that she was distracted there. Puts her under some significant pressure. And she responds in style, of course she does. Whichever way this one falls, these two fully underlining why, of a very talented bunch of players, they are still the key names. She's just got to watch her approach shot, maybe tried to be a bit clever there, Zhu. And Klugman had camped out in the right corner. Very little comes for free at this stage. Just gotta wonder if it was the moment to try something different. Absolutely key game this. Real chances for Klugman to get back on serve. If Zhu holds, she gets a Big swing for the set. A massive point. She's been telling herself to move her feet, Zhu, and she did on that occasion. Had just about enough to sneak herself one game away from the set. She was in that position a couple of times in set number one, but on neither of those occasions did she have the break of serve that's in her clutches right now. Not the cleanest of points, but the wind once again picking up in some force. She did well to navigate that first point. Klugman could prove vital. Just a little forced on the backhand. Klugman hangs on. And it asks a massive question of Mimi Zhu. Can she serve this out on her own terms? She's been broken multiple times in this match. And there is weight on her shoulders after this sit down. Be the most testing game of the match so far for the player who's seeded number 2 and who did win a title on this very court yesterday alongside her victim in the semis, Mika Stojsavljevic. They saved 3 championship points to get the better of Allegra Korpanik-Davies and Flora Johnson, who did play great committed attacking tennis to turn that match around, but were just caught out at the back end of a well-contested match tiebreak. So she's come through some tight moments already this tournament. She's embracing the opportunity to be back at Nationals after missing the majority last season due to injury. Fighting fit and ready to try and force a decider here in this 18s final. And that is purely telling of the moment. Something for Klugman to draw on early, that double fault. Just indicating that maybe there is a switch in mentality right here. Maybe down on the overall scoreboard in this second set, Klugman, but she has Zhu exactly where she wants her. If she can break back right here, it would be a serious mental blow for the number 2 seed. Combination just hasn't worked for Zhu at all in this match so far. Not the day for it, even if it's the matchup for it, not the conditions for it. And Klugman gets the reward for holding serve to stay in this set. She is well back in it. Straight set success, still a very strong possibility. You can just feel the belief gaining. She found answers, Klugman, at the back end, the business end of that opening set. Her first break of the second has come at the all-important moment. Her strongest hold of the match so far, and what does it do? It takes her 1 game away from the title. Serious statement from Klugman. 3 games on the bounce, and just 1 game between her and the 18 and unders Junior National Championships honor roll. And everything that comes with that. Wimbledon qualifying wildcard, main draw wildcard for Ilkley. Huge opportunities for players at this developmental stage of their career. Pressure on Mimi Zhu once again, but in a very different way this time around, from serving for the set to serving to stay in the tournament. Would do well to draw on those tricky moments navigated yesterday. And the head-to-head advantage that she holds here, has never lost a match to Hannah Klugman, but that surely has to change at some point, and it might just change right here. Feels like the moment of truth. Mimi Zhu serving to stay in the final. Kept the number 2 seed routinely deep there. Klugman with her length of shot. Zhu having to hit off the back foot. Asked as many questions as she could, but there was a limit. That's meticulous point construction. Confidently handled by Mimi Zhu. Eyes firmly set on a tiebreak. Oh, what a rally. Gotta cut us some slack for that finish. The wind was dipping and rising throughout that exchange. Got a little ugly. How costly could that be, though? That is magnificent. Incredible work from Mimi Zhu. And a successful drop shot in there as well, showing the range of her skill set. Finally, she inserts it at a time that keeps the point on her racket. 7-3, the scoreline of the previous tiebreak in Hannah Klugman's favor. Now, the number 2 seed gets another shot. The former champion looking to take this the distance. Massive first point, particularly on the return. Previous tiebreak, Klugman raced out to the 4-0 lead and never really looked back. Like a rerun, but in the other direction. Zhu with clutch serving where it is most required. Klugman needs at least one of these 2 service points. Role reversal there. Zhu initially relentless on the reach, but the few times these rallies have really extended, Klugman has found the upper hand. That was a much needed point. Just wearing her opponent down there. Could it yet cost her that double fault? So irritating in the opening set for Klugman. The tighter scoring format of the tiebreak can be very unforgiving where those are concerned. Huge point now ahead of the change of ends. Didn't quite keep her center of gravity down. Zhu not really balanced around the forehand after a really lethal slice that Klugman was up to the task of. Stakes rise as this tiebreak progresses. Lifeline point for the top seed. Over 2 hours on the clock in this match now. And we could yet go further. classic Klugman. The wind is picking up and it's her friend right now, might just have held that ball in play. She's struggling to judge and struggling to put the top seed away. Back on serve in this breakup. Oh my, what a delicate combination. And that is the moment to pull it out. Zhu has wanted that play throughout this encounter and has never quite found the moment for it. That was perfection. 2 points away from the title here is Hannah Klugman. Oh, really brave from Zhu. That could have got tricky. Short return up close to the net. She had to take the ball on. And she got the timing right. Set point or match point here. And a championship point it will be. Klugman keeping the pressure on. 16 and under winner last year. Looking to add her name to the 18th honor roll is the top seed. 1 point away. Oh, she can't believe it. It's a double fault. The double fault that has plagued her so much today, but there will be no reaction this time. She knows she doesn't have the room for it. Klugman has to keep her head in the game, because as much as that is match point gone, she's still on serve in the tiebreak. Oh, she threw everything at that Zhu, and she was not going to miss with the ball on her favorite forehand side in the forecourt. From championship point down to set point up. Can she extend this contest? Oh, it's on a knife edge. There is next to nothing in this. And still she lands the sucker punches off the forehand side. Klugman has got to be hunting for that two-hander now. Set point down for a second time. Oh, Klugman thought it was out, but it has found the mark. And this battle worthy of a championship match does continue with well over 2 hours on the clock. Mimi Xu is taking us the distance. Championship point saved, and to a decider we go. Klugman can't quite believe it. It's one thing to lose championship point. She's got to try and shrug off the fact that it was totally on her racket. She double faulted in that moment. Understandable pressure and weight of situation, particularly with how troublesome that first serve has been at times for her today. But she's going to have a serious talk to herself between sets now to keep her head in the game, much the way Zhu did after losing the opening tiebreak. So we've been so close and have to go back to square one. That is deeply challenging even for someone of 15-year-old Klugman's capabilities. So only Bonding and Charlie Robertson will have to wait a little longer. The number 1 seed and number 4 seed in the boys singles draw, set to go head-to-head for their shot at a Wimbledon qualifying wildcard and landing on the 18 and unders on a roll here at the Lexus Junior National Championships. It is final weekend, a week on from the culmination of the 16s event, where the winners were crowned in Holly Smart and Mark Saban. Saban featuring in the doubles final yesterday on the boys' side of things. That was run by Jay and Reese Lawler. Reese Lawler now reigning champion in 14s, 16s and 18s doubles. That is a record. That is quite a ridiculous achievement. And Mimi Xu still with hopes of adding the singles title to her doubles triumph yesterday alongside Mika Stojsavljevic. They saved 3 championship points on that occasion. She's just saved a championship point here. So hunting down some deja vu is the winner of this event in 2022. Klugman back on court. We're ready to continue a third set shootout to decide this year's 18th champion in the girls singles at the Lexus Junior National Championships. So it's on the Mimi Zhu racket to kick things off here. She was chasing throughout the second set. She did so well, Klugman, but it feels important to make her mark on this decider early. Zhu having survived championship point, having played fierce forehands in big moments to come through. Should she go up a break early in this deciding set, she might feel she has a cloak of invincibility over her shoulders. And that's a more than solid start for Mimi Zhu, whose victory over Talia Nielsen-Gatenby here a couple of years ago, a fellow LTA Loughborough Academy pupil at that point in time, put her on the 18s honor roll for the first time. Klugman looking to exact revenge for her defeat to Zhu in the 16s final of that same year. Shows how talented these two are, how early they announced themselves. Aged 14 for Zhu and 13 for Klugman in that particular final. There really is a lot for Klugman to contend with here. The fact that she's been so close and is now so far, the fact that she's never beaten Mimi Zhu in an official match. Absolutely essential to stay in touching distance at the beginning of this set so that she doesn't start to feel like she's at the foot of a mountain. everything's coming a little bit tougher. She's very well physically developed, Klugman. She's worked hard on that with her fitness trainer, Laura Degman. But Zhu, with that huge forehand, is getting a lot more cheap points across the length of this one. Just leaves her with a little more in the tank. That's an inspired backhand, great direction. She just didn't see it coming and is not quite as quick on her feet as her opponent, so she needs that anticipation. There it is, the early break of serve. She had it in the last set. And it did fall away from her. But she came through with the set all the same. And the odds, for the time being, have swung into her favor. She sealed the immediate break back multiple times in this match, Klugman. It is now more important than ever. Good anticipation of that serve. Expected the kicker to the backhand, so was able to move around to crack down with the forehand from the height of the bounce. One of few occasions where she's just been able to rob Zhu of time. I mean, it was not an intentional return. There were factors at play. Very hard for Zhu to judge. Once again, lifeline points for Klugman. And she is still a serious contender in this match. That might just close the door on the second set for Klugman. Engaged in battle once again. Championship point forgotten. She moves and gets back on serve at the beginning of this deciding set. mum, Libby, has been courtside for Klugman throughout the week. I believe she's still around. She's been a very firm presence on the benches over the last 2.5 hours. She's the youngest of 4 girls, is Klugman, so I know multiple sisters were supposed to be in the house today. I saw one. It was her tennis playing sisters that first took Klugman courtside, so they can take some credit for where their sister is now. And as of right now, back on serve in the deciding set of the 18th final. Klugman looking to keep pace. Lightning strikes from Mimi Zhu. Just beating Klugman for pace there. Challenging her once more. Took the opportunity with time on the ball to line up and unleash on that backhand. Sweet timing. It's really turned tug of war now. So many factors looking to level each other out. I do wonder if that 18s final from last year might also be on Klugman's mind. She led Isabel Lacey there by a significant advantage. A set and a break in last year's final before it turned around. A set and championship point here, but Klugman battling on. And that is real resistance from the top seed. 30 all juice. Again, it got close for comfort. Serving advantage still on Zhu's side of the net. Hoping to make that scoreboard her friend. Add to the pressure on her opponent. That's a stern response to a battling hold of serve for Klugman. Zhu sailing to the 3-2 advantage. And throwing that spotlight back across the net all too quickly for her opponent's liking. On we go. Well, tennis continues in the UK over the next few weeks, even ahead of the grass court season. A couple of weeks of W35s for the women and 25s for the men in Nottingham over the next couple of weeks. Winds to rival even those of the National Tennis Centre here in Roehampton. It can get quite blustery out there. Klugman used that to her advantage last year when she made the quarter-finals at one of those events. And the winner today, as well as getting a wildcard into Wimbledon qualifying and the main draw of the W100 in Ilkley prior to the championships. They also gain entry into one of those events over the next couple of weeks. second serve just opening the door, particularly after the ferocity of the Zhu forehands up the line, able to penetrate Klugman's backhand corner so early, so convincingly.
Foul!
Zhu with her best Hannah Klugman impression on the back foot, but the top seed doing enough. Consistently controlling from the height of the bounce.
No, she's going wide. You're right there. Come on. Come on.
It's the potent return that saw her to the second set. Very impressive from Zhu to shrug off frustration so quickly and keep her head in the game. The break is not in the bag though. Repetition required.
Foul!
Supreme stuff from Hannah Klugman. Having to fight a little harder for it, but she is up to the task. And this one still very much hangs in the balance. Look at the scoreboard. Nothing between. And enough time might have passed for Klugman to put the second set to bed. I think that might have trickled off the top of the net cord. Credit to the confident strike off the flatter backhand side from Klugman. Not the first time she's caught Zhu out on the forehand volley, just with how cleanly she struck close to the net. Forehand to forehand, that shoes battleground. To avoid that cross-court exchange, Klugman, between the two one-handed sides, but it's a real wrestle out here. Just 1 point dropped in her last couple of service games. Mimi Zhu is setting the standard on serve in set number 3. Inching towards the finish line, but Klugman still very much in touch. Coming up to crunch time, if Klugman's broken here, Zhu serves for the title. Two attempts with that combination, 2 successes with it. Klugman with clarity. And now she's down in this game. Does the scoreboard start to wait? Some of the most testing moments of the match so far. Could it get away from her for a second straight year? Klugman has been in hot contention, but it just feels like everything is coming with a little more difficulty for the 15-year-old in this third set. Living on the edge. She would put her hand up immediately to call long, but it was not her call, and it was deemed good. She fainted to the wide serve. Zhu expected the second to come to her backhand. Klugman caught her out with the T serve. Smart. Take two. The scoreboard deficit has forced increased bravery from the top seed. The hook. Again, the breeze just comes in gusts. Tough for both players in terms of judgment with time on the ball. Bucket load of second serves in this game so far. Oh, she watched it well enough. Telegraphed the drop shot. Klugman, there was a lot of airtime on that, and I think that's why Zhu has stood in disbelief that she didn't win that point. But not only did it give Zhu time on the ball, it gave Klugman a bit of time to get into position, covered the corner, anticipated the cross court. Well done. That is a serious survival. Not just because she was double break point down, but because of all the second serves she had to put in play. A couple of double faults in there as well that did not ultimately prove costly. It is a fine line for Zhu to tread when she's faced with that second serve. always has to go for it, but is not going to land every single ball. Oh, that is clutch. And she's reading it just right. This is the time to fire herself up, Zhu. And just to impose her presence. Another brilliant, brutal hold of serve from Mimi Zhu. That is just the 1 point dropped in her last 3 service games. And she is looking to weigh heavy on the shoulders of Hannah Klugman. 1 game away from the title, having been championship point down in the second set tiebreak. It is all on the line here at the LTA's National Tennis Centre in Roehampton. Here it is, Hannah Klugman serving to stay in the match. Just an awkward ball for Klugman to handle there. The shape on the forehand. Depth on the ball, forcing her to lean out. She is very much on the brink now. And now she is right on the edge. This would be a cutting defeat for Klugman. She's battled so hard, but has been made to work the harder in this deciding set. Double championship point for the 2022 winner. not the way you wanted to see it end. Double fault disaster, but a steely victory for Mimi Zhu. She is a two-time 18 and unders champion at the Lexus Junior National Championships, adds the 2024 trophy to her victory in 2022. And it is heartbreak for Hannah Klugman, who fought so hard for a very first victory over Mimi Zhu. She'd never beaten her in their rivalry, and she was ever so close. But it was a double fault on championship point in the tiebreak in the second set, and the scoring format just didn't allow room for that. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow because she was right in there in the opening couple of sets. The first serve was never quite where she wanted it to be for Klugman today, but you've got to credit Zhu, who essentially skipped the entire Junior National Championships last season due to the foot injury that kept her out for months. So essentially back for the first time since her double whammy, winning the 16s and 18s categories in 2022. Klugman is class. She will pick herself up from this, and she will know there will be opportunities across the summer, the grass court season. She played Wimbledon qualifying last year. She is likely to again, but it is Mimi Zhu who guarantees herself a qualifying wildcard with this victory today. Puts herself on the 18s honor roll for a second time. Survives championship point to come through with the win. 6-7, 7-6, 6-4. So all on court for the trophy ceremony. The boys will finally get their turn after that 3-hour battle. In a few minutes' time, Oliver Bonding, the top seed, to take on number 4 seeded Charlie Robertson. Might be a short break between now and then. He's serving a big differentiating factor today between two hugely talented players. Shows the importance of the basics. Much more to come for these two, but it's Mimi Zhu, who is the 2024 champion. Richard Joyner will take us through the ceremony.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we will all agree that match was an exceptionally high quality final. Please show your appreciation for both our finals, Hannah Klugman and Mimi Zhu.
She could still win this title, Hannah Klugman. Only turned 15 this year, and what a lot she's already accomplished in the game. Historic Junior Orange Bowl winner last year. Plenty more to come for Klugman.
And so our 2024 girls singles champion, Mimi Zhu.
The 16-year-old has done it again, 14 years old when she first lifted this trophy. And with sensational serving in that final set. Boy, has she earned the triumph this time around. So Mimi Zhu, your 18th champion for this year. Who will join her in the winner's circle? Oliver Bonding and Charlie Robertson to face off next on the main court I've been Abigail Johnson taking you through this match. I'll be back with you for that one.
boys singles final. Please welcome on once again our ball crew from the Wimbledon Championships.
We are guaranteed a new name on the honor roll for the 18s Junior National Championships in the boys singles category, but who will it be? Oliver Bonding was runner-up at this event last year and also in the 16s, looking to go one further as he takes on the number 4 seed Charlie Robertson, who lifted the doubles trophy this time last season. Abigail Johnson back with you off the back of a 3-hour battling victory for Mimi Zhu, who won this trophy in the 18s at the Junior Nationals for the second time. Initially did so as a 14-year-old in 2022 and saved championship point to edge out Hannah Klugman in a 6-7, 7-6, 6-4 win. So Mimi Zhu already crowned, and one of these boys will join her over the next couple of hours or so. Could it be another 3-hour classic? Well, they've both looked impressive so far this week. Something has to give today. Well, now they've got the sides right, we're ready to get underway. It has been hours since these two were hitting on adjacent courts at about 9:30 this morning. They will take full advantage of this pre-match warm-up, and Richard Joyner will take the opportunity to give you a bit of information courtside on both the players.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the left of the umpire's chair is Ollie Bonding. As mentioned, he's our number 1 seed here this week, age 16, started playing tennis at the age of 5. Ollie's from Wimbledon, with current base in Barcelona, the Tech Tennis Centre. He's coached by Gabrielle Trujillo, with support team of Jez Green and Kim Brett. His current junior ITF world ranking is 16, and career highlights in tennis so far include winning the J500 Banana Bowl in Brazil last month, reaching the final of the Indian Wells Junior event in 2023. He also represented Great Britain Junior Davis Cup team in 2023 and won the J300 singles title in Colombia that same year. 2023 also saw Ollie reach the final of both the boys 18 and boys 16 under the International Championships. And his hobbies and interests outside of tennis include Formula 1 Grand Prix, food, learning Spanish, which I understand he's becoming fluent. He's a big fan of all board games and card games, and has a good head for the numbers. Please welcome Ollie Bonding. To the right of the umpire's chair is Charlie Robertson. Charlie actually started hitting a ball against the wall age 3 when his older siblings were going down to the local tennis club. He's age 17, Lives in Stirling, originally from Forfarm. He trains at the LTA National Academy in Stirling, where he's coached by Marco Struitt. Charlie has a current ATP ranking of 1156 and a junior ITF world ranking of 57. His tennis career highlights so far include qualifying and reaching the second round main draw of the ATP 50 Glasgow event this February, gaining his first ATP ranking point. He also played the main draw of the Australian Open Junior event in January this year. Last year won the 18 under doubles title with Henry Jefferson, presenting a wild card into the Wimbledon Junior doubles main draw. Charlie's interests outside of tennis include golf, football, supporting Manchester United, and is a big follower of the Scottish rugby team. Please welcome Charlie Robertson.
And just the one set dropped between these two so far this week, and that was by the top seed, Ollie Bonding, just finding his footing in his opening match, second round against Louis Hall. 6-3, 4-6, 6-4 that scoreline, and since then he has dropped a cumulative 9 games, and that is inclusive of a semi-final victory yesterday over Ben Gusic-Wan, the number 3 seed. That was revenge for his defeat to Gusic-Wan in the 16s final last year. That was a very high quality match, so to secure that win with that scoreline, 6-1, 6-3, very impressive. Lengthy opening game of that match on this court. Bonding got the better of it, and he ran with the momentum from there. So the 16-year-old looking to rewrite the scripts in this final after losing out to Luca Powell last season. Powell winning the title for the 2nd straight year, and that was the last year that he was eligible to compete. Charlie Robertson in the singles final here for the first time, but did win the doubles last season alongside Henry Jefferson. He's yet to drop a set, and that includes wins over 16 and under champion Mark Saban, 6-2, 6-4 in the quarterfinals, and yesterday held off some resilience from his fellow Charlie, Mr. Charlie Swain. 6-4, 6-4 win over the number 7 seed there. Flying the Scottish flag today, Charlie Robertson, based in Stirling, and hoping to cause Ollie Bonding some trouble. Time to get the second of the 18s Junior National Championships finals underway. Kick off on the Bonding racket. What a way to start. Lob winner. It's pretty much David and Goliath as far as the height difference goes between these two. At the back of the court, Bonding. He has competed a lot on clay courts. He's been training previously out in Spain. Is coached by a Spaniard, Gabriel Trujillo, 44-year-old former player. Reached a career high of world number 209. He competed a fair bit on clay at the beginning of this year. Bonding won a J500 in March. He's up against a very solid player today, so he will know that he's going to be called upon to make those approaches. It's good to see him put that in play on the very first point of this match. Hopefully the lob doesn't put him off. always a shot with low margin for error. That backhand down the line, flatter wing. Early trouble for the top seed. And that's the breakthrough for the number 4 seed, Charlie Robertson, who has had coach Marko Stridic watching along courtside throughout this week. Little support crew down with him from Scotland. Sister Kirsty, also keen on her tennis, wishes that she was here. Doing a bit of coaching up in Scotland, here in spirit, I'm sure. And Robertson with the experience of that doubles final on this very court last year. Had his first Wimbledon experience shortly afterwards, did compete in the singles as well as the doubles, lost out only to the top seed on that occasion, João Fonseca, in the second round. Slightly older of the two, Robertson, but definitely the lesser experienced, particularly at an international level. Current world ranking of number 57, career high 25 achieved this year. Bonding currently world number 16, has been on the cusp of the world's top 10 at number 12, and that J500 event that he won last month was the hugely significant Banana Bowl, one of the top junior tournaments on the international circuit. First British boy to win it since 2010. Almost as long as he's been alive. Scoreboard pressure was on, and that's the immediate break back for Oliver Bonding. Pretty quick pace of play out here. Not sure if that's just the lingering effects of the 3+ hour battle between Hannah Klugman and Mimi Xu that did feature some long rallies. Neither of these two taking much time between serves. Both going in hard at the body early on, and the wind has really picked up quite blustery. I wonder if that's just margin for error while maintaining aggression. Yeah, that is how hard it should be to lob Ollie Bonding. say he's about 6'3". With growing still to do.
Up. 14-15.
Now that's a great approach. The serve and volley just robbing Robertson of recovery time. And after the early break, the top seed now stabilized in the opening stages of this boys singles final at the 18 and unders Junior National Championship, sponsored by Lexus. This, the final match of the fortnight. The 16s took place here last week. Exactly 1 week ago, Mark Saban and Holly Smart hoisting the trophies in that event. But the prizes are bigger this time around. For these guys on court, they know what's on offer. A wild card into Wimbledon qualifying. Guaranteed main draw of the Junior Championships, which I don't think either of them need to worry about anyway. But also wild card into an ITF M25 event. The main draw. We've got a couple of those coming up in Nottingham over the next couple of weeks. And then entry into the J300 Roehampton prior to Wimbledon as well. So you are swimming in it if you rise victorious on this finals weekend at the 18th. That's a great choice of shot. He might move well laterally, bonding, but it's a different story. Dragged up the court, forced to react in close proximity with the net. Ways to put that forehand under pressure, the stronger side of his opponent today. Robertson keeping in touch. He's just awarded Junior Player of the Year by Tennis Scotland. Good testament to the progress he's made over the past few months. He really has been gaining speed, Robertson. Maybe a bit of a late bloomer as far as the juniors goes. Has even made his mark at pro level recently. Made the most of the 50 level ATP Challenger opportunity in Glasgow in February. Qualified and made the second round. That is no mean feat with his lacking experience currently. Great couple of forehands to bring that roaring hold of serve to a conclusion. Bonding, settling into his best form there, leading the way 3-2. It's going to be very interesting to see how he responds if he gets close to a set or to the match itself. Bonding. Yeah, the expectations on his shoulders as the top seed. He's had the disappointments of falling just one match short in the last couple of outings here at Nationals last season, losing in the final of 16s, final of 18s. And yesterday against Ben Gusikwan, he was in the driver's seat, but he needed several match points before he brought that one to a conclusion. Great loose swinging through the forehand at the back end of that game. It's a play that he needs to maintain against an opponent who's really going to make him work for it. Oh, that is a sweet strike from Robertson. Can also do the work with his forehand wing. And when that is center of the racket, he's going to go for it. He's just going to watch that first serve percentage, Robertson. And Bonding's made some aggressive moves earlier. It's going to be under pressure. He's part of Klugman's undoing in the previous match. The number of second serves required, the number of double faults in what was otherwise a really well-contested battle with Mimi Zhu. Sure, he wants to get locked into too many of those forehand to forehand baseline exchanges, Robertson. Tough to wrestle his way out of them. And that's the pressure telling. A couple of double faults in there gave Bonding the helping hand, but he had worked for the advantage. He's fleet of foot, Robertson, and he read that drop shot immediately. And probably the moment to try it for Bonding. 4-2, 30 love, bit of space, but he can't take anything for granted. More often than not, he's had the upper hand where those heavy hitting baseline exchanges come into play. Smart insert of the slice. That's an idea, just not allowing Robertson the clean ball to play off the back of that you're really looking for when you're brushing up the back on top of the court. Yeah. Once again. Not sure he's seen a lob go past him all week, Bonding. This is 2 in the space of 1 set. Oh, that's great work. Consistently on the rise with those strikes. Well, the only thing that's consistent as the wind at NTC at the moment is the Bonding forehand. Finds a really sharp mark there. And it feels like a pretty quick 5-2 lead with the pace of play. Robertson serving to stay in the set after this sit down. So a new winner guaranteed in the boys 18s category here at the Junior National Championships. Some fairly noteworthy names to rise victorious here over the course of the last decade. Alistair Gray and Ryan Peniston, two players that train here at the NTC among those former champions. Now this is it. This is where you want to see Bonding make a bit more of a move. Put himself out there, look for ways to get up the court. Not rely on outlasting Robertson for the victory, because this guy hangs tough.
Up. 15-0.
Two standout returns, and that was perfect play behind the forehand. Immediately saw the damage inflicted and raced to capitalize. It's intensity that needs sustaining to the finish line of this first set. That's still a distance away.
Up.
For Robertson, it starts with those serving spots. Can he keep Bonding guessing? Can he take that ball out of the strike zone? It's been back at him quickly recently. As sharp as they come. To the backhand side as well. That's always going to inflict extra damage. And there it is, smart serving from Charlie Robertson. Even if he doesn't manage to hang on and turn this first set around, that could be significant for set number 2. Potentially taking that serving advantage away from Bonding. But first thing is first, the top seed has to serve out this set. A strong start to this game, a strong start to the set. Just offered Bonding a safety net. He's got something to lean on here and something to build on. And he looks ready to take full advantage. Good, intent play to generate triple set point. Fast and furious from Oliver Bonding. He does take the opening set, just the one break of serve, and that is one break that is enough for the boy who finished runner-up at this stage last season, looking to go one better today against last year's doubles champion. Work to be done for Charlie Robertson. He will hang tough. And he's got to draw on the fact that it really was just that one break of serve while he was still warming up at the beginning of this one. Did get the first breakthrough in first game. And then in his next couple of service games just couldn't find ample amounts of first serves. Robertson kept the door open, encouraged Bonding's aggression. But that scoreline with Bonding having the serving advantage hides that he wasn't all that far away, Robertson. Bonding maybe with just a few more cheap points, that ability to really get himself up on top of the court early. Sharp-eyed, spying the opportunities to do that on the return. Robertson will be looking to slow things down here and hope that his opponent drops his level. Nice to see him out to the baseline early, just showing his intent for the rest of the contest. Kick and lift into that backhand wing of Bonding's. With his opponent's height, got to work hard. Ah, quality point from Robertson. Good to see the confidence in the face of a deficit, getting himself up that court. Shake off the frustration. Didn't have to be that good. Bonding had guessed the wrong way. Precarious, the number of second serves he's having to put in play. That's the second double fault of the game. And this is an all-important service game that he held for at the back end of the opener. a steadier build in that point. Still keeping the aggressive mindset, but just playing with a bit more margin into Bonding's weaker side. Got to back himself to go with him, Robertson. Had to hide, it was coming in too quick. Good construction from Robertson at the back end of that game, just working into Bonding's two-hander a little bit more and taking his time to work his way on top of the court. Maybe fractionally rushed previously. Majorly important hold of serve. Potential to really work his way into this encounter now. Began competing on the international junior circuit 3 years ago in 2021. Robertson, best result making the semi-finals of a J5. And the backhand was the cornerstone. That was what put Bonding at the end of the string. Yeah, it was 2022 when Robertson really ramped up his calendar of competition. Back end of that season, played a lot on clay, but then when he moved to the hard courts, he went final win-win quarters. So definitely comfortable on this surface. Set him up to make some moves in 2023. Played his first junior slams at Wimbledon and the US Open. Obviously won here at Nationals in the doubles. And he's just slowing this match down. To serve and volley prior to the serve, Bonding, and it just didn't move Robertson out of position enough. He had time on that ball to find the line and put the top seed under some pressure. Double break point. And there it is. Strong start to the game from Robertson. A little more comfortable engaging himself in these baseline exchanges. More sure of himself. Not the first time he's led by a break in this encounter. Looking to consolidate it for the first time. Timing was there, Bonding getting down to meet that forehand. Swept up off the court surface. Keeping us cool for the time being. Seemed to anticipate that, Bonding to his forehand side. And he has the levers to unleash. He's kept his head up here, break back point. Well threaded under the scoreboard pressure, particularly. I think Bonding knows he should have pressurized a little more with the approach shot. A couple times he's had the right intent to move up the court, but potentially done so behind the wrong shot, just not really getting Robertson stretched out and really with his back against the wall. choice of serve in at the body, just awkward for Bonding. Trying to find that center of the racket. Robertson taking his chances up the line on both wings. Just doing enough. Wheels getting Robertson behind the ball and on top of the scoreboard. The 3-love maybe doesn't accurately underline the competitiveness of the last few minutes in this second set, but it shows how tough Robertson has hung. Asking the questions of the winner of the opener. Shockingly still outdoors at the NTC yesterday, and even at the beginning of this morning. The gusts are back in action. Just a little extra for the finalists to contend with. Good approach from Bonding. Robertson right off the side of the court. Even if that ball came back, he was in prime position to finish the job. It's not about changing his tactics, it's about being a little sharper. That's a reassuring hold of serve for last year's runner-up.
Robertson leads 3 games to 1.
Double break deficit. And he could have seen himself swiftly into a decider. He's got to remember it's just the one break here. Looks like more with the player who served first, with the balls on his racket, but nope, just one break away.
Clean love.
I like the insert of the backhand slice from Bonding. He's not used it a lot, but he's used it to success. If he overuses it, that success might be eradicated. But if he keeps sprinkling it in, could get under Robertson's skin.
30-50.
Wow, that is a clutch second serve.
That's you.
Just leaves the door open, and we've been here before. It's been a game changer previously. And Robertson's been up in a game and just allowed Bonding to linger. Superb angle, and really well done by Bonding, because it was a massive opportunity missed on the previous point when he put a forehand in the net. Shrugs it off, buys himself some time. Well, not if the Robertson serve has anything to say about it. It's tough for Robertson because at his height he does have to do more with the serve, and particularly the second serve. Get it moving awkwardly, switch it up. Double fault's understandable, but 3 in this game, too many. out the finest of margins.
Robertson leads.
Robertson thought it was away, maybe he hoped it was. But the bottom line is that he did leave the door open, and Oliver Bonding said thank you very much. Back on serve in the second set is the winner of the first. Wimbledon initially, Oliver Bonding, but his current base is in Barcelona at the TEC Tennis Center. Hence a fair amount of competition on clay. But there are still British links. Jez Green in his support team. A name known for his previous association with Andy Murray, so not a bad person to be in the company of. And before he started working with Gabriel Trujillo about a year ago, Ollie Bonding working with Miles McLagan, also spent some time in the Murray camp. So to have the attention and the time of people of that kind of caliber, you know you're doing something right.
Love 15.
And McLagan, about a year ago, very complimentary of Bonding, says he works hard, he rarely needs pushing. And great qualities in anyone, maybe essential qualities in an athlete.
Love 13.
And nice from Robertson, looking to stay tight and take that ball on the rise. And he's done it again. Second serve return taken from on top of the baseline. Very purposeful placement. And he has not missed a beat. Great competitive fire.
Okay, Robertson.
And once again, just getting in Bonding's eye line. Break back to love. I say break back, it's a regain of the break.
Robertson leads 4 games to 2.
Opportunity to serve for what would again look like a healthy advantage in set number 2.
Hold.
Well, he's done well to start this game strongly, Robertson, because that vulnerability of the second serve still lingers. Bonding might regret giving him a helping hand. That is fiery with the finish from Charlie Robertson, and the number 4 seed is making his presence well and truly known. 1 game away from taking this the distance, and that would be for the 2nd time today at the Junior National Championships on this 18 and unders finals day for the singles. Mimi Zhu surviving championship point in the 2nd set to get the better of Hannah Klugman, 6-7, 7-6, 6-4. Always a fairly big crowd for finals day at this event. They know there's a lot more on the line. In making the final here, both these two guaranteed to play in the main draw of the Junior Championships at Wimbledon in 2 or 3 months' time. But the winner today picks up a wild card into men's singles qualifying.
Love 15.
Maybe the wind carrying that second serve a little bit. It's the right intention to attack. There have been hits and misses, but there's been purpose in every return from Robertson. Hoping that helps him out here by just applying an extra bit of pressure.
Wait, please. Thank you.
Just good enough with the reflexes there, Bonding to survive that particular strike. So, if Charlie Robertson is to take the 2nd set, he will hope to do so on his own terms, serving for it.
Love 15.
Getting one of the first couple of points. So important at this crucial stage. It's a settler.
Hold.
Because there are going to be misses. There's an exuberance about the way Robertson plays. And good energy, but you feel like you can afford to rein it in a little bit sometimes, particularly on top of the court like that. Striking into the backhand. Just measure the ground strokes a little more. That's a phenomenal strike. With back against the wall as well. Perfect placement up the line in the corner. It's a question of whether he draws on that or whether there is a hangover from the quality of play. That's sensational. What a couple of points he stapled together there, Robertson, to generate set point. The feet never stopped working. He was racing to cover there, the number 4 seed.
Ball was good. Replay the point.
Not much in it.
Advantage Robertson.
But the chair umpire has the best view of that near sideline. And a move up the court did the damage, just blocked down the space. It's not just the strike of the ball, everything else plays its part.
Advantage Robertson.
There it is. Charlie Robertson takes us the distance. Really impressive fight back from the number 4 seed. He was quick to the baseline at the beginning of this set, eager to get things underway. He kept his head up. Fight on. Really in the form of his life right now, the 17-year-old. Edging back towards the world's top 50 in juniors. Now has a pro ATP ranking to his name as well. Thanks in part to that run at the Glasgow Challenger in February. Coming through qualifying, making round 2. Was the second time he'd had the opportunity to play at pro level in Scotland at the end of 2023, qualifying for the M25 event there. And should he win the deciding set of this match, he would gain wildcard entry into the main draw of another event at that level. So there is much to play for over the next few minutes. So far, the player who has served first in each set has won the set. It's the top seed to kick things off in the decider.
Good.
Oh my goodness. An absolutely ridiculous rally from both players. Robertson had no business extending it in the first place. It was a phenomenal get of the first volley. But credit to Bonding for hanging tough. Is that a tone setter? Great length of shot. Earlier in this game, Robertson looked for the body return. It is not a bad option against a player who is looking for ways to get up the court like Bonding is, but if he's to go for that, he has to get length and depth on the ball. Point manager on that previous occasion, Robertson, that forehand length from Bonding, devastating. Weathered the storm there, the top seed in more ways than one. The winds got particularly wild just at the back end of that game. Here's His patience persevered. Winning start to set number 3. Another fantastic fortnight of Nationals tennis drawing to a close here at the LTA's National Tennis Centre, always the host for the 16s and 18s events. Mark Saban and Holly Smart, 16 and unders champions. Mimi Xu crowned victorious in the 18s for the second time earlier today. One of these two will join her in the winner's circle within the hour.
Good.
Darren Michaels in the chair calling a distraction. I think Robertson confused over what that was, what that is. Knows how important the early stages of the set are. About Robertson's body language at the beginning of this game. A little strained. It all comes down to this. Massive opportunity on the line now. Has to be stared in the face. You can't ignore it. There's pressure here. It's a big deal. And he needed that point behind the second serve. Space on the scoreboard was starting to open up. Again, sustained length of shot from Bonding. Just putting Robertson under the microscope. And under the scoreboard here, break point for the top seed. And fended off in style. Spoken about Robertson, how he's not the tallest at this point. You don't have to be the tallest to have a good serve. I think the best example of that was Ash Barty in the women's game, 5'4". The placement, the versatility, that was all on the table where she was concerned. But there is unavoidably more pressure on that second delivery. And there's a lot riding on this game now with the length of it.
Hut.
Good drive. Brave play.
Run.
Yeah, just forced Bonding to generate the pace with that defensive slice. Getting a little more out of that forehand side of his opponent now. Something for the number 4 seed to draw on. Let's go indeed. That is some resilience on display from the 17-year-old. Right in contention at the beginning of this final set, and maybe just making Bonding think about previous occasions where he's fallen short in 2 finals.
Run.
Last season, 2 finals that went against him. The 16s against Ben Gusegwan, the 18s against Luca Pau. Robertson's the underdog here. He's the lower ranked globally, has the less experience to date. And he is swinging up those lines. And there'll be a real adrenaline rush after the previous hold of serve that was pretty hard to come by. It's a good moment to insert that drop shot. Brave as well, you need soft hands for that execution, but he spied the opportunity Bonding with Robertson deep behind the baseline on his backhand side. Was going to be short on options if he even made it up to that drop shot attempt.
Hut.
That is a phenomenal combination.
Bonding leads, 2 games.
Oh, Robertson did well to scramble down the drop shot, but the lob, inch perfect. No stopping that from Oliver Bonding. The level of tennis has just gone up a notch. And there's still a lot of it to be played in this deciding set. And Mimiju has just joined the crowd, victorious about an hour ago on this court. Alongside Hepzibah Alawaderi, who's also been based at the LTA's National Academy in Stirling, which has made that the base for Charlie Robertson. And Ollie Bonding spent a brief amount of time at the National Academy in Loughborough around the COVID times. And those two venues have been vital grounds for the youth of GB to hone their skill sets, get quality guidance. It's battle of the forehands. Well, Robertson's doing a lot of talking in that game. Backing himself to go blow for blow. Relatively untroubled in comparison to some of his previous service games in this match, and particularly the most recent one. To get a little more angular with the forehand, Robertson taking some length off that shot to utilise the far reaches of the sidelines. Doing so to effect. Somewhat Bonding's height and reach. Gotta really work to get him stretched out, and it's an impossible task off the back of a serve like that. When that finds the mark, you say too good. So much lift on that second serve. Really tough to handle into the two-handed backhand wing. Just keeps things ticking over. And that is the sign of someone with their head firmly in the game. Oliver Bonding taking full advantage of his serving advantage. Edging towards the business end of the match as the wind picks up still further. And the sun is deceptive because it is a warmer day than we're used to experiencing at the Junior National Championships without all these gusts. Would be in the early 20s of degrees Celsius. Certainly won't be feeling like that right now, and the stillness of the day that we were experiencing this time yesterday is currently nowhere to be seen. So if that continues, it might come down to who is the better at mastering the elements for the time being. The focus has to be all in on the service games. It's such a high quality rally from both. And Robertson fully up against it in the forecourt there, dragged up by the quality of the drop shot. And even his instinctive forecourt capabilities were going to struggle there. Brilliantly done. It felt like he just held it till the last moment. Robertson. Bonding was not sure which corner to cover. Might regret not just taking a choice, making a guess. In that situation, there's potential for distraction. body language for the most part in this match has just been so good from Robertson. Very positive energy, fully engaged in this battle. And I was going to ask some questions of his opponent. Yeah, I am not surprised that Bonding's asking the question of the ball at his baseline. That's mature, moving on, knowing he can't do anything about it, but I think that threw him. In fact, he was unsure of it.
Oh!
Just solid from Bonding in a moment where he really needed to be. Classy serving to set these points up.
Oh!
And once again it keeps his nose out in front. Really hoping for a helping hand from the scoreboard now, Ollie Bonding. If he breaks through in this next game, he will serve for the title. 7 games, no breaks so far in this third set. We've had some noteworthy faces of British tennis past and present in the crowd so far today. Future as well, with the juniors that are hanging around to watch the culmination of the 18s tournament. Jamie Delgado was around earlier. Current coach of Grigor Dimitrov, who's having quite the season. Saw Ivan Palmer courtside. Jamie Baker, of course, was on court for the presentation. Bonding speaks volumes. Just getting a foothold in the beginning of this game is something. Robertson's been finding serving form. Yeah, that is massive. The moment. It's a nice idea from Robertson, but both players at times have been a little guilty of maybe making their move up the court behind the wrong ball. That spin is happy hunting ground. Unleashing down the line when there's the opportunity for it. And he knows with the player he's up against today, he has to take those risks, Robertson. That is sharp. That is the moment. Picked that off. Could he be about to land the knockout blow? Oliver Bonding pushing for a significant breakthrough. Overestimated. Fractionally overran on that forehand, Bonding with anticipation for where the ball was going. Time on the ball there, maybe too much of it, Bonding. Didn't quite get the connection right. So we go on. 2 break points have come and gone. Third time lucky, mentally testing here. That can manifest itself physically. And that's tougher when you're the player who's behind. Finished marginally the first of these two in their semi-final matches yesterday. I wonder if he did take a look at the final game between Ollie Bonding and Ben Gusick one that went on and on and on. There is potential for Bonding to get just a little passive when he gets close. And there it is, a huge hold of serve for Charlie Robertson, showing the extent of his tenacity. and making sure there's still all to play for in this 18s final at the Junior National Championships. Great guesswork, really good from Bonding.
15 love.
Seems pretty comfortable responding. The final point of the previous game was a little bit of case in point. He'd read the serve, knew where it was going. Didn't do enough with the return behind that, with time on the ball. Himself in.
15 all.
Smooth sailing, very telling of the mental state for the top seed. The only point he dropped was on his own racket, a double fault. Had break points to serve for the match. When Robertson leveled up at 4-all, there was potential for all sorts of trouble, but that is a very confidence boosting hold of serve. The number 4 seed will serve to stay in the final. To return to the Nationals this time around, having exceeded the age limit. So it will be a new name on the Roll of Honor for the first time since 2021, when Will Jansen went on the grass course. Robertson serving to keep his hopes alive. point so big. The pressure tells, the win factors as well. Rising and dropping at pace out here right now. Oh, that is massive.
15, 13.
Couldn't see a way out for Robertson there. Flung the kitchen sink at that final forehand. Gotta be brave here. He's been pushing, bonding, he's laid the foundation with strong serving. And he has strong hopes of getting this done on the return. Double championship point. Outside edge. Some point to finish it. Took the initiative. Oliver Bonding is the 18 and unders champion at the 2024 Junior National Championships, sponsored by Lexus. Runner-up in 2023, and this year he takes it all. Very good effort from Charlie Robertson. He will be disappointed, the 17-year-old, but he has picked up some form over the last few months. Was right in it today. Made Bonding work for it. And there was very little in that match. Just a single break in the opening two sets that made the difference. And just the final push through for Bonding. For the third successive set, the scoreboard did have a say. The player that served first in each of the three sets came out on top. And it is the top seed who ends the week victorious. Feels wrong to say third time lucky, but it is the third time pushed through by Bonding. Fell in the 16th and 18th finals last year, but goes all the way this time around, and it's for a huge prize. Wildcard to Wimbledon into the men's qualifying event. And other opportunities elsewhere. There will be some for Robertson too. He's earned them, and he should keep his head up. He's competed admirably throughout the week and in this match as well. It's right that it stings. That's the mark of a competitor. But hopefully in the long run he can look back and see the great work that has been done and that can be built on. So your champions crowned, Mimi Zhu, number 2 seed, victorious in the girls event, and Oliver Bonding also edging it in 3 to come out on top in the boys singles. Your champions here at the LTA's National Tennis Centre in Roehampton, Holly Smart and Mark Saban in the 16 singles, and Mimi Zhu and Oliver Bonding in the 18s. Trophy ceremony to take place shortly. Jamie Baker back on court, Holly Milligan as well, heavily involved across all of the Junior National Championships events. More to come, lower age categories in Nottingham later this year. Richard Joyner going to take us through the presentation.
Robertson and Oliver.
Huge effort today and this week from the number 4 seed, Charlie Robertson. You're going to see a lot more of him. He's just started picking up junior Grand Slam experience. He will be in the main draw at Wimbledon in the juniors. Plenty more to see from him on the Pro Tour as well. He's fought for it, the top seed, 3 straight victories over seeded players to pick up this trophy and add his name to the illustrious honor roll at the Lexus Junior National Championships. So that brings them to a conclusion here at the National Tennis Centre for 2024. 16 and under singles champions Mark Saban and Holly Smart, and crowned today your 18s winners in Mini Zhu and Oliver Bonding. Thank you all for joining us. I've been Abigail Johnson, taking you through all of those finals. It's been an absolute pleasure. Looking forward to seeing what the Junior National Championships bring over the course of the rest of the season, and back here next year you will see your winners in action at the Championships Wimbledon this summer. We very much look forward to it. Have a great rest of your day, and thank you for joining us.